I am really hoping that you all can hear me. Nose check, mic check. I need somebody to come in here so that I can at least get started. I don't want to. Actually, you know what? I am going to just go ahead and get started. Mainly because I am finishing off these largemouth bass, and we're going to go to the next thing until my appointment shows up. I made a post to see if what the next uh, lore should be painted as, and I got one response. Hey, can you hear me? Bell, mic check. Can you hear me? I may need to restart the live if you can't. Okay, good. All right. Um, I am spraying or finishing these largemouth, and then we're gonna move on to this little guy here. A lot smaller, but oddly enough, it's kind of just as heavy. So you see the size difference. Completely hide it behind the other lure. But this is the next thing. And per request, people want to see, or one person responded and said, perch. So that's what I will be doing. But as of now, I'm going to finish these bass real quick and then move on to the next thing. I just got to find the black and we can start. I actually was going to start a little bit earlier, and I ran into a very small issue. I just bought a new uh, compressor. It was brand new, and I guess the guy just had it laying around. And I don't think he realized that the top of the regulator was messed up. Or maybe he did know, and that's why he was getting rid of it. Who knows? But I got it for a steal, and that little top is not expensive. I was researching it um, before what's going on Bay 8. At the bottom, and sometimes the reason why I miss some of the comments, at the bottom of my screen, I have saran wrap, so it's kind of like ruffled, and it's kind of hard to see. So if I miss your comment, no, I buy these off of people who make them. I bought these right here off of someone off of Facebook. Appreciate it. What I was saying earlier is I got another compressor to take home, and I wanted to bring it to the shop to check it out, and I realized I'm missing some things. And the compressor's actual uh, air regulator is broken. I bought it off a guy for under 20 bucks. It's brand new, but this piece right here doesn't stay on, and this piece pops off. It's an easy fix. I just could do one or two things. Uh, Try to find that top, which doesn't seem to be Yeah, see, I can mess with this all day to try to figure out to make it work, but I think that piece is, it's done. And then this hose right here itself, that I got it from the dude, it's too big for my airbrushes over here. I'm gonna have to get another quick connect to match this whole hose, and yeah, we're not gonna worry about that right now. We're gonna finish these bass so that I can move on to the next thing. And there's not much left to do. It's just the lateral lines and the little small details in the face, and it's only two left technically. The best lure for children, um, mm, it all depends on what you're after. Are you after a particular fish, or do you want to catch all kinds of fish? A lure that is safe, I would say. Okay. Hold on one second, because I see this is not set properly. Having some technical difficulties here. What is going on? All right. Okay. Oh man. I think that's probably the route that he was going to. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so some of you guys are new here, and this might not even be the right black. What is going on right now? Is this the right black? Because it's coming out like real watery. Huh. Hold on. Man, how did that black get way back there? This is the right black. Holy cow. Alright. I need to put a note on that one. That's watered down. Alright, let me just spray this out real quick. Yeah, that's water. Okay. I would say like a lizard. I posted in my last live, like at the very end, one of my go-to lures for when I don't know the water per se, especially like small ponds and reservoirs and lakes of that nature, would be a zoom lizard, primarily in the brown with the pink fire tail. Alright, I can't tell if that's watered down or not. I probably should have did this before even starting the live. No, so if you were on yesterday, I was in my garage basically. Today I am at my shop, my actual business. And I'm just trying to finish these bags. There we go. That's the right thing. I am telling you guys, today is just not my day. I don't know what is going on. I don't know if it's just the fact that I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. It is a good thing that I did put a scratch-proof clear coat on just to start. It's not waterproof, it's just scratch-proof. But no, shoot, he must have said something crazy. I don't even want to know. All right. Appreciate that, Bay. The Bay guy. All right. I should probably explain what I'm doing, being that some of you guys are probably new. And then all right, so what I'm doing is I'm adding a lateral line to the largemouth. And the way I do it is, instead of just putting the stencil that I cut out directly on it, I like to use a mesh in between so that the scales look more realistic. I am sorry to anybody who isn't new and have heard me probably say this for like the 100th time. So that's what we're doing. Adding the lateral lines and the other detail. But once we're done with this, we will be working on the perch. Now what I'm going to do is that stuff there, with where my eyes are, what I'm looking through is the above the lateral line. So that's just some extra detail to the actual largemouth itself. It's kind of hard to see in the two bigger ones, but the small guy has all of the details in it. So I'm using or going with all of those details down there. So appreciate it, good sir. All of those details above the top, and then all of them little micro details I'll be adding at the bottom. And across the top, I still keep the mesh on. I do not at all. I don't even think to do it. Somebody else asked that too, not unless it was you. And somebody else said I should, but I don't mind it. If somebody claims this lore, more power to them. I don't know why this is being so wobbly. I have no clue what just fell over. Alright, so that's the fine detail at the top. I'm going to heat set this real quick. For those people that are new, here's what I am aiming for. You can see that. That's an almost completed largemouth there. I don't know why. There we go. It's not being as bright as I would like it to be. But we're gonna work our way around to the other side real quick. Oh shoot, I pushed it the wrong way. Probably just the interaction with people and giving people information that's actually like for other airbrush guys to use, and yeah, just giving away the information, man. I'm wanting to break up some of these lives with some of this I don't know what you call it, doom scrolling, where it's like you just like going across or running into like some of these lives of just like, man, I don't know how people will sit there and watch that. And that's what kind of really made me get into it, just the fact that I was doom scrolling. It was like, man, I feel like I can go live and show people something of some substance. Some of them do get pretty good, I will say. Some of the lives are actually pretty nice. And then you got some that's kind of just like, I don't know. And I was getting a lot of those I don't know lives. It's like really hard to find a decent live that you can look at and be like, oh, okay, that person's doing something other than just sitting there reading comments. Alright, that's the one side. Whoa. This is the other side, and my phone is being really difficult. Let me see something here, man. Hello there, Toby. That's one side, that's the other side. All right, so we're gonna put this to the side real quick, and we're gonna do this other one that doesn't have any lateral lines on it. This one here, I'm going to kind of just blast through it. I'm not going to show you guys until I'm actually done with both sides, because I kind of want to get on to the next bait or next lure, per se. Oh, you guys are talking to each other. I'm like, all right, what am I reading? 1 second. Let me answer this call. It's most likely a scammer. Um, to answer your question about shipping to Australia, um, I will on your shipping cost though. You have to pay for the actual shipping. There's a couple of ways I can ship to you. One way is blind. I don't like doing it that way. It's the cheapest route. It takes the longest. It's about a 2 week shipping, and there's no tracking number. Which oddly, I could go to the UPS place and they can track it, but I can't. I've done it a few times before, which is really weird that they can track it, but I can't. All right. I'm gonna heat set this real quick. Oh yeah, man. I just gotta make sure that everything looks right before I go to the next step. All right. So what I'm doing now is I'm gonna put the lateral lines in the faceplate. Uh, the one at the bottom, which that's the one I've been following, has 3 in the face. So the one that's following the actual lateral line, one that's coming off the eye here, and then one that's coming down closer to the mouth. So I think I'm gonna run I believe I ran all three on the other one. Let me see. Yep, I ran three, so I'm gonna run three on this one as well. And finish both of them off this way. So of course, before laying down the actual stencil, I usually will use the metal mesh just to give it that. If you look closely at the big one in the middle, it's not perfectly dark. It has a scalish look to it. So that's what I'm following between the three. The one at the top, I'm kind of like just using for quick reference. All right. Appreciate the diamonds, or I don't know what they're called technically. Really new to the whole live thing. I know that some come as high five. I've seen someone use 6, 7 gems. Okay. Now, do you know what the gems do? Like, I just pass them off to other people? Do I collect a certain amount and they turn into money? I've just been passing them off. I noticed it said when I was on someone else's live that I've accumulated enough to give away some. So I was like, okay. Gotcha. Okay, so every 50 is $1. Oh, okay. Nice. Good to know. Someone went crazy the other day here and did like 1,000 and had the screen jumping. It was really cool to see, but like to watch it again, it's not there anymore. It's only like during the live, which kind of sad. All right. There we go. So that's good to know, man. Yeah, I've been passing them off to other people. I guess I technically am monetized, but I have yet to pull the money that was given to me. So I'm monetized, but I don't pull the money. It's just there. It would be cool to just be able to pay it forward to like the next good live that I actually see. All right. Okay. I'm content with that. I will have to go in with the white when I'm done underneath the mouth. Oh shoot, I'm doing it backwards. Okay. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Hamburglar. Okay, from Africa. Okay. 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 Cool to see. I seen some different places in here: Germany, France, Africa, Japan. Just trial and error for me. Trial and error. I got a lot of bad baits that me and my dad use after if they don't come out how I want them and I don't feel like they're presentable to give or sell to someone else, I keep those. And I got tackle boxes of trial and error baits. All right. Two steps left, and these are done. I need to finish. As you can see, this fin here has a fade so that you can see it when you pull it away. This fin here doesn't have a dark fade, so further away it gets, I mean, it looks good, but it's the wrong color. It needs to have that brownish tint to it. So that will be the next step. But before I do that, these are the smaller baits that I showed in the beginning. That is going to be done in a perch pattern that I posted on the I guess the community board and asked people what would they prefer to see. Would they prefer to see a golden shiner, a perch, or there was something else that was close, a goldfish. And I got one response and they said perch, so I guess that's the route that I'm going to take, even though I would personally prefer to do a golden shiner. This kind of looks more like the shape of a golden shiner in comparison to the perch, but I'll rock with the perch. No, I order these from people. I catch people selling them on Facebook and different social media outlets. I don't have time to sit and make lures. That is another step that I'm not going to take at the moment. I do want to do it, but I picked up rod making, so that is the next route. I've been doing rods for the past 3 years, and I just kind of wanted my own rods to throw out actual fly lures. All right, so hmm, the perch does not have any black. Oh no, that one does at the top. Okay. All right, so I got some black left in here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spray this almost the same way I sprayed the bass in the beginning. My base coat starts with black at the top, black at the top, and this one is not spraying. There we go. Black the top half. White the bottom half. But in this case, I am going to go with chrome instead of white. Okay, what's going on with the trout thing? I am doing realistic lures per se. I am doing like more of the taxidermy thing. So all of like those weird lure colors that you see, I will not be doing. I mean, I do them, but they're pretty quick, and I don't want quick painted lures. I don't personally care for them. My box is full of natural baits. This is the one that's bad. Natural colors, anyway. All right, I'm just running all of this black out too. What's going on? Is it cold where you guys are located, if you don't mind me asking? That's another reason why I'm in here as well. It's cold. I have an event coming up that I need to sell some lures at. Gotcha. I have a website. I start from $8 and go up to about 35. I don't have any lures as of right now that I feel I need to go past 35 as of yet. The true gills are the ones that at the moment are costing the most. Then I need to go on the actual website and edit some of the prices of some of those lures. Are you saying that this looks like a trout? The guy who was saying it was trout, I guess he was saying. All right, so I don't even know why I'm showing you guys that. I'm gonna heat set it. You know what I found out last night, which is off topic? I decided to go back to eBay real quick and give this lady a review on the eyes that I bought from her. And on eBay, you can do live bidding. I did not know that that was a thing. I've sold a few things off of there, but I didn't know that you can literally I could post these lures and have people bid for them live. I did not notice that was a thing. Also, off live here, I created the scale pattern for these lures. Yeah, I don't know if YouTube would allow such a thing, but you would literally be on there and you can live bid for an item, and once you win, you pay right then and there. Once the time runs out, I'm like, oh, that is crazy. Okay, so while I was trying to fix this other compressor that I just got, I decided to go ahead and create my scale pattern for these next 5, and that's it. It's just some metal mesh for the new people, and predator fish, mainly the ones that have teeth, so like muskie, pike, that lineup. Of course, some bass, stripers, and what I was showing somebody earlier, this lure looks like it's big, but it's actually not. I can take that lure and put it behind this lure, and you guys can't even see the thing. That's how big this lure is in comparison to the one that I'm getting ready to paint. Then I did some of these, which is that little guy, and that little guy can go behind that lure and you won't be able to see that. This one's a personal for myself. I kind of just hit it with the leftover green. Where? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I was going to say, where the heck are my helping hands? I wouldn't be, no, I know you can't, because I'm selling from the website. eBay wants all of the money. I notice what a lot of people do, like when I buy stuff from them, if they have a website, they will stick their card and the actual merchandise, so you don't have to buy through eBay anymore. So that's what I would do, is put a few items on eBay, I guess. And if the person buys from there, they'll get my card with the information on it. Because eBay does not want you selling, or I guess you call it moonlighting from them, even though it's your stuff. All right. Last one. That needs the half and half. Actually, what I should have did, if I got black left, I'm gonna spray this faceplate black too, because the chrome that I use, it says that it requires uh, it works better, or it shows up better with a black backing. So, but I didn't do it on the bass faceplate, but I'm gonna try it on this one. So this is gonna be a trial and error thing again. And that's another reason why these lures kind of take a little bit longer than just the standard stencil and mass production style that I would usually do, because I'm freestyling, and if it works, it works. If it don't, then it goes in my box. And the fish still bite it, so that also goes back to the question that someone asked before: does it really matter how much detail you put into the lure? It doesn't. I've made lures for people where it's literally solid black with some blue flakes in it, and they are content with the swim bait looking like that. I got one guy who used to be a professional angler, and he would request all crankbaits and swim baits to be solid white with a black dot, and that is it, nothing else. That's all he used to throw. So it's I guess it's personal preference. As some people say, you are spraying or making these lures look nice for wallets. Appreciate it, appreciate it. All right, so I almost screwed up. I do need a little bit more black. All right, what did I do with the right bottle of black? Okay, it's in this group. I'm gonna take one little drip and finish those bass, because I did not do the fine detail. What I mean by the fine detail, and this bass here, you see those little black dots that are underneath the lateral line and above the fin? I need to put those on the other ones, and then I'm done with black. Yeah, so I didn't put it on these. They could technically be done, but I like to go above and beyond. So what I'm gonna do is gonna take this same stencil, and you see them little tiny dots right in the middle, the little fine ones. I am going to tape off the top and bottom just so that those dots are there. I need to sit and make some stencils one day, some more different types. Going pretty good. Pretty good. Appreciate it. All right. All right. So I've taped off. Show you better on this side, I guess. There we go. All the little fine dots are going to be what I spray below. I gotta find this stuff and clear. I say it all the time. Every time I do something like this, because I'm kind of guessing where those dots should go. Nothing too crazy. Now I'm just finishing those 5. I'm almost done, and I got stuck in between doing some of the other lures and my regular job and the Christmas holiday. So trying to get these bad boys finished. For at least January the 4th. That's the goal, is to have a good assortment of lures to take to the show. It's only been 1 year where I thought I had enough and I sold out completely. Completely sold out of everything. But I also didn't have the website at the time either, so it wasn't a, oh shoot, I almost sprayed the rest of that black out and didn't finish this side. Appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you as well. Oh, yeah, I appreciate the share, man. You know, I didn't know you could share the live while it's going. I'm scared to touch the screen, honestly. I feel like if I touch the screen, I'm gonna end up messing something up. So I don't know. Once I go live, I'm live. If the phone rings, I'll answer or something like that. But I wouldn't do that for the longest either. I thought it would black it out completely and then I'd have to start over. And I know some people get offended when they get like double notifications of the same thing. Like, all right, why do I keep getting notifications that you're going live? All right, I think that is it for the black. Now there's two fins I need to do in brown, and then I need to do those dots in the face to give it some realism. So this is the part that I wish there was a way to speed up and you didn't have to watch me do this. And it is cleaning the actual brush out. Oh, I didn't even think of that. I should get my iPad and well, my iPad's set up weird. I use that mainly for business, so I don't have my Facebook account attached to it. So I feel like majority of the viewers are coming directly from Facebook, which I'm fine with. I thought about doing a because I have an older phone. Thought about hooking up TikTok to and going live at the same time on TikTok, but I don't know the requirements there. I got 2 followers on TikTok, and I follow 3 people. And I know they don't get along per se. Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, I think they're all on different things. So, and what's that other one? Instagram, which I have all of them, and I mainly use this one more than anything else. This one had the most interaction, so I just started to go uh, with YouTube and just kind of leave the other ones alone. Yeah, I was doom scrolling as well, man, and I said, you know what? I feel like I should just go live as well and see how it turns out. And at first, I was going live like fishing, and then I thought about it. Everyone's fishing, like in this community, I guess you would say. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should just show people some other stuff related to fishing that I do, and see how that works out. And here we are. We are all kind of with the same mindset, per se. People who usually stop when they're doom scrolling, like, oh, this is interesting. Man, this black really takes a long time to clean out. And the thing about it is it's not it's water based. You would think it would come out a lot easier. Now the importance to me doing this is because the next set of colors don't are really light, and if the black mixes with it, it's just gonna look muddy. I don't want that. Man. right, we're getting clear water now. Appreciate you monitoring the comments. Some of my earlier lives, man, those guys were out of control. I myself, I don't get offended by comments, but I know it would offend other people. And then I'm pretty sure there's some kids watching, so I try to keep those kind of trolls to a limit. The cursing and the racism and all that kind of stuff. Okay, we are gonna do, which I can't show you guys anymore because I took the lures to my other shop and they are clearing as we speak. They are on the dip thing. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to take and create some fade dots from behind the eye down to the bottom of the gill plate, and it will be a reverse. So at the top they will be light, and then at the bottom they will be dark, to give that detail in the face look and what I'm talking about, so it's more understandable. The bottom one has it really well, if you can see it. Let me see if I can get that closer to the camera for you guys. That one has what looks like a scale pattern in its face, but it's not true scales, I would say. In fact, you can see it in all of them now that I'm looking at them. It's just a lot better than that bottom one. Alrighty. The thing that I'm looking for is right here. This is the ultra fine dotted line stencil. I got it from a company, I think they're in Europe or somewhere. It's called Anarchy Models, if anybody ever wants to look into it. I think I'm gonna make some myself as well, and make some different patterns this small. It's a tedious thing, but I think it's pretty cool. Alright, so we're gonna start with the dark green, even though I said we would start with the light. I'm lying to you again. We are going to start with the light over the top. I don't know why I was getting ready to take that out. And we're going to run this right over everything, above the eye, down to that first lateral line on the gill plate, to create that effect. That tried to overspray on me just now. Okay. So I'll show you guys what I got so far. Looks good. Hopefully this thing can pick it up. Come on. There we go. You see them? The dots in the face and on the above side of the lateral line. Nice, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna heat set that mainly because I know it oversprayed, and if I touch it, it's gonna smudge, and it's not gonna look like dots. All right, I'm gonna continue with that same um, set of dots, just like right over the eye and the front of the face too. Appreciate it, appreciate it. This is the little details that aren't really necessary. So what I'm doing now is just, as I said before, catching wallets versus catching fish. It's not needed. And for me, it's art. I just like the look. So if they don't sell, what I'll end up eventually doing is buying a swim bait rod and using them myself. That was an overspray, and I caught that. I caught that. All right, and the fact that I caught it, that overspray actually came out really well. I want to show you guys. It's a lot easier to see. Move this out of the way. If my phone, let me get out of the way. Maybe my phone will take and work its magic and zoom in on just the lure. But it's not doing it right now. I hate when that happens. But it's there. You know what? Let me heat set it and see if it'll. The way these phones are set up, man, what I think I need to do is do the bottom half and so that it would zoom in on those dark spots and lead it to the light so that it's understanding what I'm doing. I'm gonna try to show y'all one more time. Man, I have to get that close for you guys to see it. Okay, there it is. So those are the little details that aren't necessarily needed. I'm not going to show you on this one. I'm going to go ahead and just knock it out. And then once I do the light stuff, I'll show you that Yeah, but it worked in my favor. I was like, oh, when it sprayed out just like a big. In fact, you could still see it on the actual stencil how big of an overspray it did. I don't know if you let me see, but the fact that it did not spread underneath the stencil, I am shocked, and I am out of the light green, and I'm here. Just need one drip. Come on, come on. All right. All right, I'm gonna heat set this real quick. In fact, I'm gonna heat set the other two as well. How are y'all? How are y'all? Um, musky, pickerel, pike, bigger size bass, stripers, more of the predatorial fish. So what I'm aiming for is more of a realistic look of a bass. They will actually attack each other, which I didn't know for the longest, especially when they can't identify if it's an offspring or not, and it feels like it's trying to take its territory. It will attack that joker. All right, so, and then the musky and stuff, they just eat to eat. All right, so now what I'm doing is dark green dots. They're gonna fade from the bottom of that lateral line in the face down this way. Alright, let me, this isn't nearly as heavy as the other stuff. Alrighty. I'll show you guys in a split second. This side didn't come out that dark. Let me hit this side again. It's there, but it's not there. There we go. There are the dark dots that's going to fade to the light dots. And same thing on this side. To work its way up. Alright, I'm going to do... Okay, this one's complete. So I'm going to set this off to the side. I'm going to do this one. Woo! I'm so accustomed to grabbing the lure before it hits because I usually don't put that clear coat on to keep it from scuffing, but I clear coated these so that if it does hit or take a hit, it won't scuff. This one came out really good. I don't know why. How in the world? Alright. To the phone for you to see that. Even the top, you can see the dots fading down and up. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Alright, so I'm going to sit this one back up here because the fins aren't done. Only the one side. All right. Yeah, it could have been me. I don't know, but let me see something real quick, just to make sure. Okay, nope, I'm online, so we're good. All right, so these are done with the green, and now I just need to do the fin. And that brown, and in this case, because the green isn't as dark as the brown, I don't have to worry about cleaning the brush. That's a good thing. And what I'm getting ready to do is hold on, that brown doesn't look brown like I want it to. Okay, hold on, hold up. Oh, no, never mind. All right, it's right. Just kind of worried. All right, so I'm going to show you real quick before and then the after. So this is what it looks like before. It's just green. Nothing. There is a fade to it, but it's not heavy or as bold as I would like it. But then there is the actual boldness that I want to do or quote unquote achieve. So one other thing before I do it, instead of spraying like directly into the hole, you want to spray right around the edges, or better yet, into the white area, and more so right in here a little bit more to create that fade versus just spraying anywhere. And there we have it. This side looks a little bit darker because it's not dry yet. Okay, just making sure. And I'm gonna hit this one with that fin, and these will be technically done for the most part. There will be one other step that I personally like to add, and it's just a little bit of white coming off the backside of the gill plate itself. Alrighty. Alright, so that's that. And it still has that transparent look. It is a little bit darker on the one side because it's not dry yet, but once it dries, it will come out the way that I want it. Okay, I'm gonna clean this brush out because that is a dark color, and we're gonna go from a really dark color to white per se. Appreciate the interactions, comments, the shares that I didn't know that you could do, people that's sticking around, people that's giving advice, and appreciate you all. All right, so we got the bass out of the way. Only thing left is a little bit of white, which I may do. I may not do right now. The only reason why I'm saying I may do it now is because of this is that bad helping hands. I'm gonna stick this off to the side. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work on just one. Um, I'm gonna work on the one with the best helping hands because this is kind of a teachable moment, not for you guys, but for myself, because I am going to be making this up as I go along, and if it works, the other four will get the same treatment. If it doesn't work, we will take a different route. All right, so we got the top half and the black that I kind of want to go with. I keep looking up because the pattern or the actual perch pictures that I'm looking at is up on my wall. I'll show you guys real fast. Kind of blurry, but oh, it's because my screen is wrapped up on the other side. I have my phone wrapped in saran wrap, but that is the study wall. And you guys are actually in my ventilation booth. It's random. I have downtown right now, so I would say roughly 4 to 5 hours. Someone should probably walk in here within the next 45 minutes, and that will be it until I am done with that job. And then when I get home, I will be back on later tonight to finish dipping the other side of those lures in my garage, aka the other shop, and I guess get back on and show people that, because surprisingly people wanted to see that. I did not expect the turnout to be as big as it was. People actually stuck around and, as people would say, watch paint dry. I was shocked. I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna go live. And what made me go live was there was a dude I was watching while I was actually dipping the lures, and he's sitting on some stairs, and he has a bunch of pans in different locations, and then a cup in the middle of the floor at the bottom, and he has like easily 100 like ping pong balls or whatever you call them things, and he's trying to throw this ball in a cup, and he had like over 100, easily 100,000 people looking at this thing, and I'm looking at it. And as I'm looking and he's missing, and I'm like, oh man, he missed again. So I'm like, you know what? Nah, if I can sit here and watch him throw this ball at this cup, I'm pretty sure somebody will watch paint dry. So I decided to just go live. And people subscribed and watched it. I'm like, okay. Alright, so we're going to paint this bottom half white. I don't know why I put out so much white, knowing that literally that. So it doesn't look like anything as of yet. One side's white. Oh, so you know exactly who I'm talking about then. Yeah, it even popped up. I mean, this dude must have a pretty big following, because my wife was on a different social media outlet, and it came up on there. she doesn't do YouTube. She doesn't watch YouTube much at all. And I know she wasn't on YouTube. She was on something else. And it didn't look like the actual live. It looked like it was the part where he actually made the ball into the cup. And I was wondering how long it took. I didn't catch the time when I was looking at it. He had to have been at it for a while. All right, man. Take care. Nah, I actually grabbed these off of somebody on Facebook. He has a weird name, and I'm not going to repeat it. But I don't want to get the trolls going. Yeah, I don't have the time to carve like I want to. I'll sit down and do it one day, but I got a guy who's gonna make me a master. We came to an agreement. All right, so I got a lot of white left, so I'm just gonna go ahead and use it up on the other 5 or until it runs out. Who has a big following? That dude with the paintball, those ping pong balls? I think he did. I think he does have a pretty big following. I think he does, if I'm not mistaken. I sit there and watch him for 10 minutes and high hope to him throwing it in there. It's almost like watching the guys who scratch lottery tickets. I got a friend who used to. I don't know if he does that anymore or not. But after he mentioned it, there are people out there that actually do that. They buy lottery tickets and people watch to see if they win. And in some cases, people will donate if he doesn't win. I'm like, man, that's crazy. I should message him and see if he still has that channel. Because he restarted his fishing channel. Alright, that's another one real quick. Still got a little bit of white left. Yeah, I could see that. I have a strong will, I guess you would say. Because I can watch it and it doesn't affect me. But the what do you call that thing? Powerball? I've been playing that oddly since August, and I only play $4. I play 2 tickets, $2 each, and it's almost become an addiction, man. It's kind of bad. I've won $12 and $20 a couple of times, and I'm like, man, I gotta chill out, because I did the math. It's roughly $12 a week. But then I think about it, that's also a fishing lure. So it's like 2 weeks is one mega bass. One mega bass vision. Or I could try my luck with a Powerball. Yeah, see, I been spending, yeah, well, you're doing $12 to $15 every drawing. Oh man, you're kicking out almost 45 a week, between 25 and 45 a week. Oh man, that's a couple of mega bass there. That's a couple of it. Must be the bait lures too, man. You might want to check the website and grab yourself a true gill. It's not gonna get you 1.5 billion though, but you might catch your PB. You never know. Man, if I'm content with winning 5,000 and not messing with it anymore. Realistically, man, if I could win like 60,000, I say it now, I would never mess with mega any ticket anything. Now, I know I'm lying to myself because if I hit something like that, I'm gonna turn around and put some of it right back towards another ticket like an idiot. But yeah, I don't know what I would do with 1.6 billion. That's a lot of money. I'm pretty sure they get a pretty penny out of it as well. After the taxes are said and done. Ah, gotcha. So you're fishing for what is that? What fish are there? I'm getting ready to say the wrong names. Are those drum? What's going on, Ricky? That's a nice PB, man. 7.5. Depending on what state you're in. You're in Pennsylvania, yeah, that's a nice, decent PB. All right, so that brush is cleaned out. We're gonna put that to the side. And actually, since I painted two of them completely, what I'm gonna do to avoid it getting scratched up by that metal mesh, I am gonna we got, well, I don't know about the stock ponds. I know we got some stock trout spots that if you go there, you have to keep the trout. You're not allowed to throw them back. I learned my lesson with that one, throwing them back. I threw back a really big one, and a guy came out of nowhere. I think he was looking at me in binoculars because he came down a hill on a four-wheeler. He was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "You passed by how many signs to get down here? What do those signs say?" And he was like really bugging out. And he thought that I was doing it because I didn't want to pay for the trout. I was doing it because the trout started laying eggs. I'm like, oh snap, let me get this thing back in the water. And he was like, no, we don't want any of the fish back. So even after everything was said and done, I got the fish clean. He gave me that weird speech. I gave him a $50 tip, and he looked at me like weird. And I'm like, it's not about the money, man. I'm here for the experience. Like, I like the area, and it also has like really nice trout. And I told him it wasn't about the money. He kept saying, man, make sure you keep those fish. I'm like, all right. I said, worst comes to worst. If it was some other people there, I would have just gave them the fish, but I was the only one in the area. But yeah, that's the only stock place that I can think of here that's close to me anyway. Sorry, I'm spraying off the screen. This stuff here, I don't know if you're new or not. If you are new, this stuff that I'm spraying is clear coat. It's really strong and it missed up. Like, as you can see, that's like a lot. And that stuff I don't want in my lungs. So if you hear that fan running, that is my ventilation system, and it's sucking everything out. And then off to this side is a window, and it's sucking the fresh air in. And I also got the door open to the other part of the shop, so that's why I'm spraying over here, so it's pulling straight out the window. But this clear coat is not a waterproof clear coat. It is just a scratch proof, mainly used for like I used it for RC cars back in the day, the 10 scale HPI. You guys ever heard of those? I used to airbrush the bodies of those. I don't know why I did that. We're gonna leave that on. But I would also use that stuff to spray to see what a finished product would look like once it is clear coated. Yeah, I used to, and a guy recently came in here and he almost tried to get me to get back into it. And I'm like, I gotta pick one hobby, and that hobby pays, but it doesn't pay per se. This here pays for my fishing addiction, and minuscule stuff like taking my wife out to eat, that kind of stuff. That RC thing, it pays, but it's a lot more money, I think personally, than it is with fishing. So what I'm doing right now is um I guess it's location. I was in New York at the time when I was doing the RC car thing, and fishing wasn't that big up there, where I was at in the city. And then I ran into some guys that were heavy into freshwater fishing, and they showed me every waterway New York City had to offer. So I ended up finding out about the Harlem Mere. Prospect Park has a really nice lake. Surprisingly, at one point in the Bronx, a place called Katona Park was okay, but it became a dead body dump site. So that's when the RC cars became a thing, and I'm like, all right, I can't do this fishing and RC cars. So I stopped the fishing because I looked kind of crazy train hopping with a bunch of fishing rods at the time. And surprisingly, I don't have video footage, but I met Mike Iaconelli in Harlem Mere or Central Park before he became Mike Iaconelli. I wish I could find the video because he was recording at the time as well. And these were like old videos before he had all of the fancy boats and stuff. He was on the bank. I remember the spot and everything. I would still go there to this day. It's some rocks in Central Park that had smallmouth in it. All right, so we're done. We got this scratch-proof clear coat on both of them. They are shiny now, and it is not sticky, meaning they are dry. Next step we're going to do is put them inside this metal mesh to create my scales. So to create the scales, this is what I use. Puts the entire body inside the actual pinning them down just to make sure that it is very important in this case that whatever type of scale pattern you prepare to use, may it be a loofah, an onion bag, different types of curtains, that silicone based webbing stuff, that you want it as tight to the body as possible when dealing with really fine paints. And the paint that I am using, well, about to use, it is literally water. And if you spray it with really high PSI, or if your scale pattern isn't to the body tight enough, it's going to literally run behind the actual whatever it is you plan to use, and you won't get a scale pattern. You'll just get a blowout. I don't recommend this. It's the RC stuff. I'm pretty sure there is some better chromes out there now. I've been using this probably for about 10 years and just got stuck in my ways. It's called Spastic Mirachrome, and it's not really as chromy as a tape per se. So like this stuff here, I'll show one day how I do scales with this tape, which is really cool. Alright, this is trying to make a mess. Good thing I have on my apron. All right, I'm gonna make sure I turn this down because it is at 30. And I want it between 5 and 10. So it's gonna sound like I'm not even spraying. And we're gonna spray the entire body. Yeah, the black and the white. Go over it just one time. So the bottom is done versus the top. The top, you see that? There you go. The top, you can see the actual black and white breaks. With this, you can't see the black and white breaks. Now, both of them look the same. Nah, I haven't tried using any other chrome. I am stuck with this one. I eventually will try some other stuff. Yes. You know what this actually is, and I didn't realize it, and I've been using it for a while. I went to patch up a hole in the wall, and that's what this is. This is exactly what this is. All right, so I'm gonna leave that little bit of chrome inside the body. There's two settings on this thing, high and low, of course. And because the chrome is really like just water, you don't want to use the high setting. You want the lowest setting if you got like an hair dryer that has different settings. The lowest setting is the best so that it doesn't push the wetness up behind the mesh or whatever it is you decide to use. So I'll show you real quick. I don't want to slide off the screen too long. Let me see if I can grab this stuff without making a mess. All right, so here are some different style things that I've seen used, which I don't use often. I usually stick to realism. So here's something I've seen people use. They kind of do this with crawfish pins. I have like a big roll of it. I don't use it at all. It was pretty cheap at the time. I can only imagine how much the stuff costs now. That's one. Um, this one here. Oh man, I didn't know I had this much of this stuff. There's another style. I don't know where this came from. I don't know if someone sent this to me or what, but here's another style of stuff that people wrap the lures in when they're spraying. Here's the most common one. I want to say this is the loofah. Where you wrap the lure, and it stays pretty tight once you wrap it. Here's another one. Really fine. I would use this for minnows. I would try to avoid those extra black lines in there and try to get just the actual, I think probably be best to show you in front of the stencil just because of how fine it is. Now, I don't know, can you guys see that? You should be able to see that. But that's for minnow scales. Just because of how fine it is. And then this one looks like it came off of a I don't know what this came off of. Look like a table or something. This one's got flowers and stuff in it. I wouldn't use this on a regular basis. I don't know who sent me that. Somebody must have sent me that. But this is the minnow one I cut up, trying to get those black lines out of there. I don't personally make them. I get them from other people. And then I'm just a spray guy. The biggest I have had was I don't know what you call that thing, but it's about 8 to 9 inches, but it looked like a shad, and I'm getting ready to call it the wrong company. So I'm not going to say who it is, but what I would like to spray is a Henkel. I would like to get my hands on a real Henkel trout and spray one of them. It is so hard to get a hold of them, and get them at a good price. They run between, well, if you get them from directly from Andrew, they used to be like $100 and something, but people are trying to sell them for like $400. I'm just like, man. All right, let's reveal and see if these. Okay, it did it. I was really worried that those scales wasn't going to show. And that's why I was stalling y'all out. But those scales are in there. In there. I like that. I like that a lot. All right. So the next step is I'm thinking of how I want this to play out. Oh, let me show you the other one. I am going to get rid of, well, I won't say get rid of, I'm going to do the same thing that I do with all of my lures. I'm going to chrome out the face. Let me check the time real quick. Okay. That guy might be walking through the door at any time. All right, so chroming out the face and leaving the rest of it how it is. Um, Once I heat set that chrome on the face though, the underneath back and forth lines are going to show through just lightly, just enough to be visible to give it that faded scale pattern. It's kind of hard to see. I'm pretty sure it's going to be hard to see on the phone. I can see it, but it's going to be really hard to see in the face. I don't know how my phone picked that up so well, but when I was showing you guys the bass, it didn't even want to focus. All right, I'm going to hit this face as well. Now, the cool thing about a lot of freshwater fish is how similar their color schemes are. So, with the bass and the perch, they kind of use the same green gold when you're doing a realistic, I guess you would say like a taxidermist would use the same green golds if they were to do both. What am I looking for? Now, I've noticed that there are like 2 or 3 different ways perch come. I've caught a few where the actual V lines are off green, almost like a super dark green. And then I've also caught some where it's black. I personally don't like the black look as a lure, but I know a lot of people do. So I'm gonna start out with that dark green look and let people see it, let y'all see it, and then I'll go over it with the black itself. I need to get some foam. Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. Now, is your dad a taxidermist or is he an airbrush lure person? Okay, okay. Now, when you say he makes his own, is he doing the swim bait himself? Because I haven't gotten to that point. I'll be honest with you. It's a little bit of a process, especially for what I've been aiming for. All right, we've cleaned that out. What I want to do now is that green gold almost the entire body, except for where you can see where the white starts at the bottom. I am airbrushing fishing lures. Here are some finished that just needs the eyes. We're not doing any more bass though. We're now working on a perch. These were just done probably about 30-40 minutes ago. Alright, so that same green, the undergreen, is what I'm going to use over this chrome to get a reflective greenish look. Now, from my understanding, a taxidermist would bypass the chrome just to avoid, from my understanding, reflectiveness. They don't want that in a realistic taxidermy style look. All right, so I'm gonna spray That's the effect that I want. But up close, you see all of the scales in there. And the reason why I say a lot of fish are real similar, the fish that I really wanted to paint, a lot of people don't actually fish with them, is a golden shiner. So the other route that I would have taken was, instead of this green gold, I would have went with a brown gold. And instead of the dark green, I would have went with like a brown and not put the V shapes in them. Golden shiners, you know what? My best bet is just to show you versus talking about it. The golden shiner fin is the same thing as a perch. So those are the perch. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then over there in the middle is the golden shiner. I don't know, let me see if I can make it so it's not blurry. Alright, there we go. So that's the golden shiner, the one in the middle between the two trout. And then you have your perch. All I would have simply did is change the color schemes and the way they look, but the oranges would have worked in the fins. And instead of going with the green gold, I would have went with the true gold and faded down the browns, and then the perch go with the dark greens or black. So That's what I mean by a lot of the baits can kind of get away with just a simple change in the colors in your stencils. So in this case, this is what I would use. I use this color actually on almost every bait, and it's a black nose shiner minnow, which I don't have a picture of one up here, and I'm shocked that I don't. It's very common in a lot of fish, this color here. In fact, this color is also found in the solid black crappie, some bluegill. I'm just looking at the wall now. Of course, the perch, the bass. I actually use it in my trouts. Yeah, you can kind of spray. When it comes to lures, you can get away with spraying whatever works for you. Now, when it comes to somebody sending a taxidermist a replica that they want, you really have to pay attention to the picture they sent you, or depending on what method you take, the old school way, what fish they sent you. So that's the good thing about lures versus taxidermists. You can get away with spraying whatever. Alright, so something just happened. I don't know what that was. It looked like my live started over. Alright, so there it is. Oh no, man, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, let me do this up close because now it's being funny. There are the scales in there. That is the body color that I want. Alright. So now this is the part that I don't know if I should go with the black or the dark green. What do you guys think that's looking that know about perch? I can. If a person sends me a fish that I've never seen, I can definitely paint to that their scheme. So I'll show you a picture of an example real quick. All right, we got a couple of people saying black. We got a couple of people saying dark green. We got a couple of people saying that the dark green should be brown, or one person. So here's the example of 3 different bass, 2 different colors. 90% of people know this bass down here way more than these 2. These two up here are a off green brown, which I made the color and tried it on just one lure. It came out nice, but I know people would prefer this guy way before the other one that I have set on a drying rack at home. So that dark green that's on the top, which is kind of got a reflective brown to it, is probably what I'm going to go with. So I'm with the one guy who says that the green should almost be brown. So it's going to be a dark green, but it's going to have like a blend from the brown. And then I may run the black fade into it. So we'll see. First thing I need to do is find my actual, there we go, scale pattern for, what do you call that fish? I'm going to call it trout. Perch. So this is an actual perch that I caught. I took the picture and put it into Illustrator and created those lines, but I don't know if I put the picture up there. I did. Nope, no I didn't. The perch that I caught, it had like little details in there and between the V shapes. I noticed that if you ever look at a lure, they don't put those details in there. And I haven't seen a perch done by a taxidermist. So I wonder if they would actually put those details in between the V shapes, or would they cut them out? In this case, well, I'm going to start without them just to see. I'm going to start without them, and we're going to build this. We're going to build this. That's what we're going to do. I'll show you guys, and then we'll all decide how much further we should go down the rabbit hole on. Oh, that's perfect. All right. Yeah, I try to. I don't want it to be a mass produced lure per se when it comes to the color schemes and the patterns. What I need to do just by touching it is I need to heat set that. I thought I heat set it, and maybe I didn't. All right. I'm shaking my head to the comment about the black bass. Yes, that is a regional thing. I caught perch here where I'm at, where they are black, and I've caught a few where it's a dark green line versus an actual just solid black. So what we'll do, let's do one dark green and do one black. How about that? Let's do that, and then we could decide from there. All right, so in most cases, if you are new, this is something I do with all of my lures. And to the people who aren't, you know that I don't put just the stencil against the body. I use this mesh to create the underlook of the actual like lateral lines or the V shapes or whatever that piece would be called to create some detail. And if you look closely at these bass, the lateral line has the scale breaks in it. And what I mean by the scale breaks is it's just not jet black. To show you up close, one of the actual lures, complete. I don't know if you can see it too well without me hitting this with a clear coat. Let me see if I can show you the lateral lines up close on this one. Okay, there it is. It's actually scaled out versus just slapping it with the stencil and going right there over the green. Just to give it that extra detail and that realistic look. So that's what we're gonna do here with this stencil. Before I start, let me double check with this guy to find out what's going on, because he's 15 minutes late. You know what? I'm gonna keep rolling. Alright, so we're gonna start with the dark green. If I can find it. I know it's in front of my face. Alright, that's a black nose shiner minnow. I just used it. I got a lot of colors. Okay, here we go. It's behind this stencil. You don't realize how many colors you got until you start looking for one particular color. Alright, so this is the dark green that we're going with. Also, what I need to do real quick is I need to cover those spots because just mentally, a lot of people are accustomed to seeing just the V's, and I personally don't mind the spots. I want it to be as close, as realistic as possible, but I know not everyone's going to go for that. And the only reason why I know that is I made a set before and none of them sold. And I ended up, in fact, I think I got a few of them up on the website. I'm just getting rid of those little fine details that I like to add. If worst comes to worst, I'll add them at the end, probably on one for myself, but I got rid of them. So we're gonna do that number there. Down the body. I'm about to say I lost the dark green again. All right, we are officially gonna start. 3 drops. This is also kind of watered down, so I'm going to turn my PSIs down to about 60. No, I'm saying it wrong. To about 30. I was around 60 just now with that other green because it's heavy. Yeah, musky bass. All the predator type fish. All right, so I'm looking at each of these, and once again, the V line, some of the V line is going behind the fin, and then some of the V lines are above the fin. So I'm gonna count 1, 2, 3. 3 of them, the V lines behind the fin. One is up above. We're gonna go with the 3. We're following the 3. So I'm gonna take that V line and I'm gonna run it almost down the majority of its body. I kind of wish that I could show you guys from my perspective. All right, so just looking at that, I'm going to show you in a second. I'm just kind of studying it. I don't think that looks bad in comparison to the other ones. I kind of do. All right, so that's that, right? Where is the other one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of them should have some. Oh, I didn't even hit it with the green yet. Okay. I'm going to hit it with the green gold first. And then I'm going to do the black V-lines on this one. And then we'll decide collectively, or people who are participating, which one looks better. Oh, this tried to dry up on the tip there. I'm gonna leave this here for you guys to study while I'm hitting this one with the green gold body. I am in Pennsylvania. The capital. And it's not Philly. For the longest, me living outside of PA, other states, I thought Philly was the capital. It is not. Oh shoot! I did that without even looking. I just put the wrong color in there. That's the dark green. Let me spray that out. Now I got to clean the brush a little bit just because light colors don't work well blended with dark, but dark will work better blended with light. So I got to clean this out. I picked up the wrong one. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. It's gonna slow things down a little bit. All right, we got clear water, so this clean out this time will and go back to the green gold. Appreciate y'all for sticking around. Comments, shares, the interactions, those gems. All right, I'm gonna set this up here so I don't mix the two and not do what I just did. The light and the dark. All right. I knew it was gonna start trying to spray funny. It was spraying perfectly fine. This is my base coat brush. It's an Omni 5000. I don't think it's anything spectacular. It's definitely not designed for what I'm doing right now, because I'm using a fine tip needle, and it's being just a little bit of a pain not spraying out correctly. All right, so we have the other body. We're gonna do this one. We're listening to y'all now. We're going with the black on this one. I'm just looking at this brush. I know this one needs to be cleaned out. I want to use it for this black. This black's watered down, but this brush has been spraying really weird. I'm gonna do 2 drops in here and go from there. See what we get. You. Oh no, okay. We're getting some action. All right, okay. All right, so we're gonna do this one with the black versus the green. Let's see which one looks better. That is very true. And as someone said earlier, regional. So, all right. All right, here we go. Here's the reveal. Green. Or black. Come on, you. Stop acting up. Which one? Which one? Black or the green? There is a comment for review. I'm kind of scared to open it, so I'm going to check it before I let. Oh, shoot. I don't know why that would hide that. Yes, they will be up on the site. It must be debate.com after the show. All right, so we didn't come to an official agreement, so I guess I'm going to do one of each. One black, one green. Now the thing about it with the black that I worry about is around the eye of every fish. It's kind of got a darkness to it. In most cases, I would kind of want to go with that dark green fading around the eye versus the black. So what I'm gonna do is What I'm doing now is just a test. Uh, I may go black completely over the top. I'm just seeing what this will look like. Ah, come on. But what I'm doing right now is creating the scales. Creating my fade scales, and then doing a dark fade. In the face. Oh, I'm out of dark green. Sorry I missed that $5 comment. I do appreciate the money. Come on. I'll scroll back up and see what you said, because I'm in one of my other lives. I go back and watch all the lives. I read all the comments, and two people, they both dropped some money at the same time to get their comments seen, and I missed what the $5 guy said because the other guy overshadowed him with the 20. So I'm gonna scroll back up. Oh, okay, all right, I appreciate that, and I'm gonna acknowledge your 5. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Jay, we had this conversation, not me and you, but me and someone else, and they were saying that fish underwater don't have a reflectiveness, and I'm like, they absolutely do. So you're right. Every lure that I do paint has a reflectiveness, and you're kind of a little bit late to the party, so that's understandable. So if you see that, that's all reflectiveness. It's dull right now because it hasn't been hit with a clear coat. I'll show you a bass that you missed as well. Here's 2. They haven't been clear coated yet. But once they have been clear coated, the reflectiveness is in there. For me, I used to, odd as it sounds, I used to have a pet bass, and I used to feed it minnows and goldfish. And sometimes what it would do is it will inhale those minnows or goldfish, and instead of like swallowing them, spit them out, I guess, to injure them and go grab another one. But upon spitting it out, it spit out scales, and it showed like a reflectiveness of the actual fish. And in my head, as soon as he seen that, he grabbed the minnow again. And what I'm thinking when it does that is the reflectiveness of the lure is showing like the fish is weak or in a state of not going to run nearly as hard as something that's non-reflective and more so alive. And I'm probably thinking that a lot of lure makers do that too, and as to why spinnerbaits work as well as they do, to give that reflectiveness of shad and minnow and all of that stuff. It shows that it's dying. But I could be totally wrong, and he could be totally right. Fish underwater do not have a shine. I just feel like they do. So yes, sir, these joints will have reflectiveness. Okay, so one other thing I need to do, because this is the part that I don't like, is getting those lines to line up correctly. There is a couple of ways that I could do it. One way is to take the black across the top of where each one is supposed to meet. And the reason why I'm using the black, because I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to black out the top and show you guys another little trick that I like doing. Alright, so what I did just now, let me put this, okay, these are the three that I'm using, so I'm going to put this one down there and that one there. So what I just did is I created the placement for this blink side to match this side so that they are completely even. Water based. I don't think an oil based, well, let me rephrase that, because the ones that I use that are called spastic, them things, man, I know they're not water based. They got to be made of something else. They'll tear an airbrush up. But about 90% of my paints are water based. And they're based with either this. These are the three bases that I start with: opaque, white, some reducer, and then my transparency base, white as well. Mainly Createx. I don't want to get sidetracked, but the black that I am using, and this is a good stuff for anybody who wants to get started. This here, you don't have to this company, you don't have to use any reducers or anything. You can just go in and just start spraying, kind of filling out just how the airbrush works. And then once you figure out what you like and your trigger finger and how you feel about how far back everything should go, your PSIs and all of that sweet stuff, then you can start pearlizing your colors to get the reflectiveness that me and the other guy Jay was talking about. So for a prime example, this color here, I have green, gold, and brown mixed together to create, if the top shows, let's see, it's not going to show. Well, anyways, this is what it looks like when it's done correctly. And that's one of my primary base coats for just about any lure. All right. Oh, you're saying watercolor. Oh no, that stuff's really thin, and you will have a hard time going with watercolor. You'll have to turn down your PSIs a lot to make sure that it works correctly. All right, let me double check something real quick. All right, do the thing. All right, I need to go down just slightly further on this side. All right, so that's the black, right? With that scale pattern over those V lines, it's not just a solid black, and my phone wants to be a little bit of a. There we go. So now your scales are there, and then I also messed around and put some black, well, dark green to fade to the light green at the top, just seeing how it would turn out. Now what I'm gonna do is, you remember these lines up top, because I said I was doing it on purpose. I am going. Huh. Okay. I must have missed the spot there in that white. That's cool. I am going to go black over the top of the body. So those crossways, so that my V lines were symmetrical, is one way to do that. Jet black on the top, but I don't want to appreciate it. Yeah, no, okay, so you're gonna come in here and act up, is what you're saying. Yeah, I wanted to put music, but it's under monetization. Even though I said earlier that the money's still just sitting in the YouTube account. Since I monetized, I haven't pulled it. Um, with it being monetized, I have to be aware of what music I use. So I'm creating a playlist, actually, to just have playing in the background, something light, nothing crazy, of music that I use in my actual edited videos versus my live streams. So if you watch any of my other like videos, I do a lot of editing. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's music. There's what I call battle music, when you're actually fighting the fish. So my, I guess you call it like I forgot what you call those videos. I guess I just call it a video versus a live. The ones that I edit, they have a lot going on. It's not everybody's cup of tea because it looks like a game. But yeah, I'm gonna try to put together a playlist. So that's pretty awesome, man. Grab something and try it out. Welcome back. That's nice. That is nice. I haven't I don't know how long you've been in this live, but earlier I was saying I don't really have the time to make a mass production of lures like I want to. Mainly because I'm painting now because I have a show coming up, and I just want to have a nice assortment of my custom paints on top of the Japanese stuff that I'll have, and then the Yak Attack stuff that I will have there as well. I don't want my table to be empty. And then I thought about it this year. I said instead of just dropping videos on YouTube of like the best of and my favorite this and my favorite that for 2025, I'll show what I do in the last 3 months. I'll be prepping for January. And surprisingly, YouTube didn't think it was a bad idea, and they kind of put me in the doom scrolling of live. And a few people who stick around and leave comments and share, leave their personal experiences, and I appreciate it. Keeps me going. But this brush is being a pain and doesn't want to keep going. And look at that. That was a back. I gotta take this brush apart and clean it. This joint is out. Out of commission. That sucks. One more time. I'm going to use because it's bubbling back and everything. Okay, I know what's wrong. It needs to be clean. The little holes in the actual airbrush itself have been clogged. Okay. Alright, out of commission. This fine brush needs to be clean. Actually, they all need to be clean, but alright. That is whack. Alright, so what I'm going to show you guys is my next step. And this is the heavy. So I'm going to turn the PSIs down, and this thing right here will spray almost any of my paints, but it sprays it out really heavy, so I don't want that to be an issue. So this is what I usually do to all of my realistic lures. I don't personally like just jet black on the top there. I like a fade to happen. So with that jet black, I use a color shift green over the black, but I do it in the scale pattern. All right. What this does is it creates the illusion of the scales running from the top of the body all the way down to the bottom. What I'm doing now is just trying to get right along that scale line, or right along the fins, that one fin. I'm gonna say it didn't spray. Alrighty. Alright, so this is not done, but this is one of the steps that I do. So this is the sides, and then as it goes over the top, let's see if the phone will actually let you guys see it. It's not jet black. Come on, phone. You can see that it's changing colors, but if you look closely, if this phone would, I think it's trying to pick up my face more than the lower itself. It's not picking it up. It doesn't help. I'm freaking shaking on the one side. Oh, but there we go. Boom. If you can see that, the scales actually go down all the way to the side of the face, and it fades down into the light areas. All right. That came out pretty nice. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. All right, so we're going to put this one up, and we're going to do that green one. We're going to finish that green one. Okay, good. I couldn't tell if you guys could see it or not. The phone just, to me, doesn't seem like me looking at it, if you guys can see it. But after the live and I go back and look at the video, it kind of shows it. There you go. Yes, yes. Once I do the gloss, you'll definitely be able to see it. This This thing wants to come off of here. Alright, so what I need to do is run the lines over. Oh yeah, man. Hit the like button, subscribe, share. I like the interactions. Alright, so that is what it looks like. And what I just did over the top is to ensure that those lines meet up and are symmetrical. Alrighty. So what I did with this one, I didn't catch it without realizing it. I turned the scale sideways for the green, and on the black, I did them up and down. I really wanted them up and down on both. Doesn't look bad, so I'll just keep it sideways. I didn't realize that this scale pattern was up and down until it was a little too late. Alright. I see the comments, I just can't look at them while I'm holding this brush. And it's stenciled to the body because I don't want to lose the Nope. I'm gonna let you guess what pattern I'm painting. I'll show you the other one. It's not complete. Have you figured out what fish this is? This is a freshwater fish. I want to keep going. I'm not going to say anything. Somebody might say it in the comments, but I want to keep going and let you figure it out. Yep, that is what it is. I actually didn't catch a perch my first ever perch, and I didn't even know they were in our lake until I started light game fishing. I was using a Nico Bates wax worm and found out that we had perch in our water. They're not that big in comparison to some of the guys I've been seeing uh, catch what they've been catching in like different locations. And some people fish for them during the wintertime. I need to heat set that because that was a bit of a blowout overspray. And it's all right. Yes, a perch. So the European one, right? What color are the lateral lines, if you don't mind me asking? Because those things are they get like football size. I've watched the two brothers when they go head to head. They catch perch. Are the lateral lines green or are they black? And now this freaking airbrush wants to try to correct itself. Woo! I'll look at your response in a split second, man, if you responded. I'm just trying to get all the little fine details. So they're dark green over there. What color are their lateral lines? Are they this green or are they black? I always hear of thin. They're well, the lake that I fish in, they're they don't get but about 12 inches, and they're like skinny, and they're usually a black. Now that I'm thinking about it, they aren't the green that's in this one. They're the black. So I decided to do both just to see what they look like. They both look fine to me. That one fin. Okay, so here's another question. This first fin, I think it's called I'm going to call it the wrong fin. When it says pictorial, the one that's closest to the gills, this front one here, is it orange or is it a transparent brown? So that's the question. So I'm looking at this picture here, and that front fin looks transparent on three of them, and then one of them is an orange. Um, I think what I'm gonna do is put the top back on this before it dries up for one. I wonder how this will spray out. That's a new color. I haven't tried. Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the top of this one with the scale pattern like I did with the other one. So it's just not flat. Just try to give it some more detail over the top. The end goal is to get all of the scales to run together in a continuous fade. That's what I'm doing right now. Sorry that I'm missing the comments. All right. Okay. A translucent muddy orange. Got you. So I'm thinking what you're thinking. I'm gonna run it orange and do a brown, light brown fade back, but do the actual fin with a light orange and then do some brown fade. You can. They will be up on the website. It mustbedebate.com. You probably will forget now that I'm thinking about it, because it will be after Christmas, after the New Year technically. I have to take them to a show first, and then sell them. I just can't sit at the table empty-handed. Like, I feel like if I put these up on the site right now, they'll go, and then I'll be sitting at a blank table, and they would be really mad. All right, so here's the top. Oh, look at that. It actually did it with this one. What I mean by did it, the phone picked it up. There are the scales that transfer over to the side in a continuation down the body. Nice. All right, so the next step is the fin that we've been talking about. I need I don't want to waste this. I got a little bit left in here, and I don't want to waste it. Alright, so I know what I'll do. I got this little lure here that's been just sitting forever. I'm gonna slap this just over that. I think it's almost out. Oh, okay. This is a custom made from scratch lure. It glides. It's really small in size. If I can hold it in my hand and show you the exact size without it. It's about the length of my finger. I don't usually promote other companies, but this thing is called an Arabate. This little tiny lure is 40 bucks. And they sell out really fast on this site. But that scale pattern came out really nice. Alright. That brush is empty. So I'm gonna clean this out. Era. E-R-A Baits. Erabaits.com. In fact, I don't know when the last time he's actually posted. I haven't been keeping up with him. If you get on there and you can't find or see any, I do have some that's pre-painted. And if you want to buy one, I'll sell it to you. Well, the two that I have left are two types of trout. One's a lightning trout, or palomino, I think is what they call it, and then a rainbow trout. So I'm pretty sure he does random drops. You gotta like get on his subscribe list. He might do a drop real soon, and you might have a better chance of getting one time. And not too many people are trying to buy lures at the moment until after Christmas, once they get the family and stuff out the way. So if he does a drop today or tomorrow, which he did last year, your chances are higher. Yeah, I missed the drop a bunch of times. And then I had a bunch of people wanting custom ones done. And instead of them getting the lure, they wanted me to do it. Oh man, that was a pain. Well, I got them though. I got about 22. Now I'm down to 3 now. Because I would get them and do paint requests. Alright. That's cleaned out. Gotta clean out all of the brushes now because those colors are done. Alright, man, take care. Wait, which one? The that little tiny thing? I have done it on that before. Or are you talking about the ones that I'm working on now, the perch? I am. Oh, you should. Oh, you saying I should do this one in the bass pattern? Um, if I could get my hands on some more of them, I will. If people request it, but I think what I'm gonna do if I get my hands on some more, I'm gonna do some golden shiner for myself. A lot of people don't fish with golden shiners. I do. Well, not the actual fish itself, but the pattern. I use that pattern, and then the one they call roach pattern. I use those a lot. Did see your message there? Who said what am I doing? I am airbrushing uh, swim baits for an event and for my website, and to do like a little giveaway at the show. Sheesh, okay, that's the right one. That's the right one. That'll get it out of there. Okay. You know what's crazy? When I first started doing this on live, this part that I'm doing right now, people would roll out of here, just disappear. It would be like 60 people, and I will look up, and it'll be down to 15. They're like, man, I don't want to see you clean no airbrush. It is, this part is kind of, I would say, boring, but it has to be done to get the right colors. If I was going from, uh, if it was a light colors in the actual brush itself, I would just jump to the next thing. But being that it was a darker color, I have to clean it out before going to the next thing, especially this one. This one's that dark hunter green. But while I am cleaning it out, I will show you and the new people a completed lure that I finished earlier. I don't know what happened to my customer. He's an hour late. I haven't even got a message from him or nothing. I guess that's classified as a no call, no show. Free deposit. Let me see if he. Yeah, he didn't. Huh, okay. I don't know how long I've actually been sitting here. That thing reset it at the top. I know it's been longer than an hour and 40 minutes. But I started, it was after 3, and it is now 7. Yeah, I've been working on these lures, these 5 lures, for the past 4 hours. Now, regularly, if what's the word? If I wasn't live and just doing these, I would have all of these lures already sprayed and ready to go. Because it would take me roughly 30 to 40 minutes to knock out about 5. But because I'm being interactive and showing you guys, it's taking a little bit longer. All right, almost clean. I just need to take and put some of this acetone back in this bottle. This is a step that I don't recommend you clean your brushes with. I've been cleaning my brushes with them forever. It does take away the original plastic that's inside the brush itself to kind of keep it from the air seeping out. The acetone eats that plastic up right away, but it won't eat the actual brush up itself because it's made of metal. And I use beeswax and or plumber's tape to wrap around and seal the screw points where the air goes in and out. I don't recommend this. There are some airbrush cleaners. Just because I am using a lot of glitter-based paint for the reflectiveness, it is definitely required to get that out of there. Like, that's crazy how much that stuff is coming out of there from the acetone versus the actual just cleaning it with water or whatever solution that they recommend. I used to do that. That solution is just overpriced. All right, I'm gonna do one more clear water just to make sure it's strictly water coming out and not changing colors. And I'm gonna read some of these comments. Yes, to answer your question about the actual airbrushes, I use only Badger at the moment. I have been looking at the Iwata. Now that it seems like I'm going to be doing more of this than I expected, because I only usually airbrush for about 2 months or 3. I usually start November and December, and then I'm done in January. I do the show, and then I make some rods, and then by May till the end of October, I am actually on the water. But if this is going to pay the way I feel like it is, I may have to work on the cutting back on fishing itself, which I kind of don't want to do. All right, we got the man, that's ripped. Got those cleaned out, yes, and get this out of the way. We're gonna go with a orange and then the brown. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with the orange. Oh, that's tricky there. Because that one's orange to yellow. Alright, so it looks like I'm going to be doing 3 colors. Orange, brown, and one of these yellows here. I'm gonna go with the darker yellow. So these will be the 3. We're gonna start with the yellow first. then the orange, then the brown to create the blend that I want. Usually, if I'm mass produced spraying, it would just be orange and call it a day. But I'm adding a lot of detail and stuff, so a fine example is the fin on this guy was greenish, and I faded it with the brown so that it stands out perfectly from far away. And the picture that I followed was these three for the new people. Those bass are technically ready. All I need to do is drop some eyes in them, dip them, and they are good to go. So I said orange, yellow first. All right. All right, 3 drops of that. All right, I gotta pick a fin that kind of matches that one, and none of these match that. Okay, it's a weird shape. All right, so I gotta fake this real quick. All right, the yellow doesn't look like much of anything on there. I don't think that's, oh no, there it goes. All right, kind of hard to see. No, y'all guys can see it. As soon as I put it up, I seen it. Okay, so that yellow's on there. Makes it stand out right away. I'm gonna hit the other one real quick. And the reason why I'm leaving that line in the actual fin versus in some cases covering it with tape or going over it with white, I want to create that transparent look. If you're making a comment right now, there's a high chance I'm gonna miss it. I'm trying to make sure that this is perfect. All right. Come on, you. All right, yeah, there it is. Makes it stand out and pop like you said. All right, we're gonna hit the other side of both with the yellow. That's the tip. This lower blink is messed up on this side slightly. Okay, there it goes. Nah, what I'll do is I'll send you these and let you finish them. All right. I'm gonna hit this side with the yellow. feel like I should hit this side one more time. It doesn't look nearly as bold as the other side, but that one's good. Yeah, that one's good. This one, the yellow seemed like it's not as bold. And I didn't need that many drips either. One drop probably would have been enough. All right, that's a lot better. All right, let's get this color out of there. And because I am doing a fade, I am going to continue and not clean the brush out and go to the orange. I think I'm going to go with the more pearlized, darker orange versus that other orange that I just put back. The orange I just put back is actually for goldfish. Appreciate the high five. What I am going to do real quick is I am going to I'm going to heat set this yellow just because I don't want it to accidentally tap it and it comes off. All right. Once I finish this fin, guys, I am going to wrap this show up. I'm going to show you guys, and I do need to go home and dip these lures. I might be using that goldfish orange. I don't want to. I want to use this orange. Oh, come on, man. You want to talk about messing something up. That decided to come out. Oh, now it's just trying to make a mess because I know I'm getting ready to go. All right. Usually what happens when it's time to wrap it up, or you're getting close to calling it on anything you're doing, something happens to make you stick around. Fishing, the fish will start biting, or you'll catch something that'll ensure it's got teeth and make sure it inhales the lure so it's down its throat and you gotta fight to get it back. That kills your time. In this case, this stuff decided to spew out way too much. Alright. All I needed was one drop. Just the trout that's on there on my site. It must be the bait.com. And the one trout that's on there, I caught a bunch of fish on. I used it all summer. That rainbow trout. It's called an angry. I think it says angry or grumpy trout on the site. Those work. None of these yet. All right, here we go. Which fin did I use? Oh, this one looks better. Let me see something. Okay, okay. I'll show you when I'm done. I appreciate it, and I would appreciate it if you kind of limit the cursing. Do have some kids in here. All right. I'm gonna do a quick reveal, but it's not done because the brown needs to go next. But here's the orange with the yellow tip. If it decides to pick it up. Even in the darkness, you can see the yellow on the tips showing up pretty well. All right, I'm gonna do this other side. Welcome back. I've seen some people call you Yoshi. Am I talking to the right moderator here? Bay, do you go by Yoshi on your page as well? Or am I? Okay, all right. I have seen some people refer to you as such. Just didn't want to screw it up. Man, I don't remember what fin I used that quick. Alrighty, come on. All right, I'm gonna heat set these real quick. I kind of could stop do that brown, but I like the brown. And that'll be the last step. You guys are crazy in the comments, man. Yeah, there's a bird that does like a weird dance. I remember watching on the Animal Planet, where he sprawls his feathers out. It's a little guy too. Whoa! Of course that wasn't going to spray correctly. It's a good thing I tested it before I actually put it to the lure. Alright, so I'm going to show you one with the brown and one without. And that's the one with the brown, which the fade looks great. And then this is the one without the brown fade. You could go either way. I like that brown though. So we're gonna fade all of them with that brown. And I'm gonna use a small fin wheel just because I'm only doing the edge, trying to fight with that all right, to the new people that's just coming in, I am airbrushing a perch and this one is ready for clearing, other than I need to put maybe some more white on the bottom. And there's the brown to orange to yellow fade. You can still see the actual lateral line running through the fin to give it that transparent look. At the moment, and what I've been using forever is the KBS diamond clear stuff. I haven't had any issues with it, but I want to try one of those UV ones and build a light box. But I had a friend tell me that it has a strong odor. You definitely want it to be in a really well ventilated area, and it is cancer causing. So that kind of deterred me from running to do that right away. Alrighty. All right. Yeah, you mean like so the picture that I'm basing it off of, I'll show you real quick. Those fins are what I'm looking at. So I don't see too much more brown in the fins, its other spots itself. Um, it definitely should go on the top fin. But yep, that is it for now. I think I may do some fake fins underneath. Even though they're not there, I think I'm going to add the two behind that first set of fins. I think I'm going to do like one there and one on the other side. And call it a day on this one. But it is that time, guys. I appreciate you all for sticking around. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year. I may be on tomorrow. I may not be. I'm not 1,000% sure. If I am, it's going to be for a really short period. Catch you all in the next live.